good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the cosmos. AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary. At service. Yeah, slightly delayed start there. Having to get things set up. Hey, we're here. It's Sunday. I may be sleepy. But Gumpel time. Of course, we finished off the full body of the strike last time. After having to, of course, repair the back skirt after breaking it. Along with any missing color details. Also, off stream, I actually went and colored in the armor Sniders. Because I had it sit in my desk like this for a while, for a few days. And I'm like, you know what? I need to color in the blades. I just genuinely like seeing the strike as the strike. Of course, we were working on the striker pack last time as well. Also, we got the shield mostly assembled, other than the front part. Which, of course, we did put some white on there. Said sticker. Which we need to clean up a little bit more still. I did go back and put an extra little blob on some of the areas that were kind of too thin. It looks okay. A little thick in some areas, but it's alright. We did the little lens in there with the cosmic blue. Since there's no sticker for this, so like, hey, it's one lens, we'll just do a Gundam marker. And Mecha Boy, how you doing? Last time we also did one coat of the seed red on top of the wing and on the bottom as well. But what I did the other day is I thought I'm going to try another coat on the underside. I'm not sure how well that shows on stream. But, okay, on the camera that actually looks better than it does in person. It looks more blodgy in person. The second coat. Nope, I'm not going to focus on my hand. So I'm not sure if I want to have the second coat after all. Actually, compare. Okay, that's the upper side of that one. That's the lower side of that one. Is there a visual, like on stream, I think there's a visual difference. There is, it's very subtle. Also on camera, they definitely look a lot closer to the actual shield. But in person, these are darker. That's even darker because it's got two coats. But also shinier because it has two coats and it pulled a bit more. That's why I did it on the underside. I tested it on the underside because when it's assembled, you're mostly going to see the upper side. So it should be fine. But I did that as a test. I think I need to touch up the edge of one of them because I think it gets scratched a tiny bit. But yeah, a little bit of clean up on these. Clean up on the shield. And other bits and bobs. The shield cleanup won't take long at all. So let's just start doing that and then we'll build the striker pack. Move this out of the way for a second. There we go. We'll get this done today. I was considering almost, what if the reds don't match well enough, I could always just go over the red parts of the backpack, make it match, potentially. I should probably file this a bit. For some of the tougher parts. Get some of that paint off its excess. Always the problem if you don't like mask things. Kind of get excess ink where you don't want it. Also, gravity be damned when you're trying to do a three-dimensional object. Also, is the BGM volume good? I can notice in one of my clips was a bit loud. Good, good. Oh, that's good. I guess I've been alternating it slightly. I've been forgetting to get it right. Right, what's new in the world? Well, Gundam Breaker 4 is only a few days away. It'll be out on Thursday. So that's going to be something new in the world. Along with, of course, my Collector's Edition, which, of course, will have the gun barrel strike. So basically, we'll start playing Gundam Breaker 4 on Thursday, and then probably, hopefully next weekend, we start building the gun barrel striker. So we go from building a strike to building more strike. So if you don't like the strike, tough luck. Also, Star Wars Outlaws is out next week as well. Got that on the schedule for Wednesday. Because, you know what? Screw it. I wanted to buy it. I wanted to get it. I want to be a scoundrel in Star Wars. Also, really actually kind of amazed, right? So, I was like looking at like prices for like getting the gold edition of Star Wars Outlaws, because like, yeah, I wanted the season pass because it has day one DLC. I'm like, yeah, reluctant to play Ubisoft's game of pricing. But it's like, you know what, screw it. And then I'm surprised to find out that a physical copy of the gold edition, if bought on Amazon, was £20 cheaper than if you bought the digital version. That's a massive price difference. Like, it seemed like other places where like it was a $5 cheaper because also they're trying to encourage you to buy physical. But wow, don't care about Star Wars or Ubisoft. Well, fair enough. I love Star Wars. Ubisoft, back on Xbox 360 days, I considered them one of the best developers of the Tom Clancy games back then. They may have fallen, mind you. But then the Star Wars for the ships left after hearing the lore. Really? Surprising. Honestly, with Star Wars, just like... Honestly, I'd say forget the lore and just watch movies. Like, all the shows and books and stuff add so much more lore. Of course, the lore of Star Wars is more confusing nowadays because you have the old Legends lore, which isn't necessarily consistent, which is probably why Disney decided to ignore it and make their own. The problem is people will cite both of them and say like, hey, which one, what? Yeah, same thing happened with EA. Once upon a time, I considered them good. Like, I had a little bit game. I enjoy hearing like EA games. Imagine everything or something. Whereas you're playing SimCity back in the day, The Sims. Oh, Need for Speed, yes. Need for Speed Underground 2 and Most Wanted 2. Yeah, that was peak right there. Need for Speed was peak. It peaked in the mid 2000s. Also back when the Fast and Furious movies were just starting. And were about cars. And street racing. And the criminal underworld attached to it. The thing with video games nowadays is there's definitely the publisher's doing it most of the time. They're trying to squeeze as much money of it as possible. That it sacrifices some of the, the joy. Everything needs to be a live service nowadays. Speed Heat's a nice game, the story's good, but EA left it too early. Yeah, I've heard it. It's actually one of those like little charms that people like overlooked because they got fed up with previous games. It's actually kind of decent, goes back to its roots. Thinking of games that aren't games of service and are brand new, I was hearing a lot about that Black Myth Wukong and how it, like, in like 3 days it sold 10 million copies, which took a lot of the Western world by surprise. Because it's a Chinese developed game, AAA quality, Souls-like, based on Chinese mythology, and it's like, yeah, anyone surprised it sold that much? No. A AAA game made by Chinese developers for the Chinese people about Chinese mythology, yes, it's going to sell really well. And of course, you know, the rest of the world are now learning about Wukong, where they may have not heard about that before. Broke journalists as well. I mean, it basically came along, made a Souls-esque type game based on beloved Chinese mythology. Sometimes that's all people want. They just want, like, the different types of games for different audiences. Like having mythology, like mythology is always a cool way. Like reimagining mythology or just translating it into a very visual medium. I think I've cleaned up the shield a decent amount. A little bit at the bottom here. And I set my playlist in to say only instrumentals, but you know what, this song's alright. It's casual enough. It's always great to see a single player game through those kind of numbers. Here's the point. You make something people want, they'll buy it. Give me a second for my brain to click in while I try to read the name. Hi, Hello Vortex. If I butchered that, I'm sorry. Just a tiny bit of dyslexia. But welcome on in. How you doing? Going good. Gonna finish off the high grade strike. Also, we finished off the body completely last time, being fully color accurate now, including the thrusters, underside of the feet, and actually put metallic on the the knives off stream because I was like, you know what? It's sitting there on my desk like that. I need to add the knives. Right now I'm kind of just tidying up the. Last time we put the white on the bar back there, so using sticker, and it's been tidying it up, make sure it looks reasonable. It looks better on camera, I think, than it does in person, because the camera doesn't pick up the imperfections as much. But I can see them. How long have I been doing crafting? Ooh, it's a good question. Pretty sure my very first Gunpla was like 10 years ago. But doing more like detailing stuff, that's probably been the last 2 years, I think. Especially like doing stuff like this, extra detail, actually putting the extra effort in. It's definitely been within the last 2 years. It went from just snap fitting things to like, you know what? I want to put that little extra effort in, either use Gundam markers or paint. I love high grades a lot because high grades relatively inexpensive, easy to build, and like the colors that are missing aren't that much. Like the only things was like the machine guns on the head, the thrusters, and then outside the feet, and that's pretty much it for missing colors. It's funny, the second kit I ever built was the real Great Strike. So I've almost kind of, oh, we actually built the Master Great Strike at the start of the year as well. So I kind of built all main 3 once. Still need the perfect grade though. Do you play games too? I do play games as well. We usually do Gunpla once a week and then games the rest of the time. I've been really looking forward to Gundam Breaker 4 in a few days. Because I got the Collector Edition, which also comes with a Gun Barrel Strike model kit. So I'm like, yay, we're going to build another strike right after this strike. Do you think I like the strike? Just possibly. But yeah, mecha games, sci-fi games, and if it has a robot or a spaceship, you have my attention basically. Giant robots and spaceships, that gets my attention. All right, let's panel line the shield while we're holding it. I should probably get some fresh cotton buds because these are ones that are getting a bit frayed. Now, which marker is the one that's not damaged? I should probably put a sticker on one that's damaged. That is the, yep, that's the one that's squished. Like the tip of the Gundam marker for the panel liner. Yeah. One of my gray ones, I've washed the tip a little bit, so it's not as precise. So, oopsie daisy. Actually, even before I do that, I need a tiny bit of brown on the yellow bit. There we go. That right there. That the side. How long on Twitch? Ooh, let's see. I've been streaming for 4 years now. I guess that's a good thing from the pandemic is, hey, you're in lockdown. You find something to do. 4 days? No, 4 days, 4 years. Hey, Fenrir, how's it going? No, not crafting. I've been doing the Gunpla stuff on stream for about the last 2. Because I wasn't really building them on stream before. Or just my hobby on the side. Mostly just playing games. It's 4 days until Gundam Breaker. Yes, that is true. About 2 years of doing Gundam on stream. And not just Gundam as well, because earlier this year, not only did we build the Master Grade Strike, we also built the 1/100th Metal Gear Rex. That was awesome. And time consuming. Just started your final prep grade. You're missing, oh, Wing Zero, nice. I still have not built a perfect grade. Though, perfect grade Strike Freedom is in the pile in the other room. Just, you know, it's big and intimidating. And lack of space. Get some artwork. I'm not currently looking for artwork, so maybe in the future though. But not currently. Did I make my model? Kind of. So my model was made with Vroid and using a bunch of different assets to kind of cobbled together. There's a whole list of in the about section. Should be credits to all the different assets used to make this. Some are like straight out assets, and then some are slightly modified. But everyone is credited. Because you should always credit your artists. Help clean up a little bit. Oh, I am in the very slow process of thinking of a new version. I'm very indecisive though, so that's the problem. Little bits. And with the outside of the shield looking good. Now the wonderful, pop this out of the way for a second. One thing I do love, paneling the inside of the shield, because it goes from a solid chunk of white to suddenly, like, it feels like a piece of machinery. A big hunk of metal it is. To like work around the physical handle, it's like just stuck there. Or molded there, I should say. It doesn't sound like synthwave to me. Maybe we're just finding time to sit down and go through the playlist, make a manual one for all the songs I like. That I'm allowed to use obviously as well. How to wipe it away. Or at least reduce it. I've left it for a bit, so it might not come off as easily. is actually a good thing, because that way it stays in the deeper recesses longer. One like there, that's actually quite useful. It's actually smudging in this intersection and thus making it darker. Which actually, I want that to happen. That's good. An added bonus. All the space dust building up. Hey, Roy, how's it going? Yeah, there's something about the inside of a shield once you, like, dirty it up. It just looks so nice. I've also missed a panel line somewhere. Well, not panel line per se, but a line in the geometry. More of a subtle one. Good. I'm good. Having a nice chill Sunday. Building Gunpla. Does it get any better? Call that shield paneling. I actually do that a little bit on the outside, a little bit again, because it looks a bit too pale. Yeah, that's fine. And I already panel lined the rifle last time. Yes, I did. Pop on that on the back there. I'll probably change positioning a bit later. Actually, no, it should be that way, I think. I remember, but either way. Cool. Let's start building the actual Aile Striker Pack itself. I mean, we've already got 2 wings there. Get my nippers ready. How do we drink before I do? I love that I just essentially spent 40 minutes finishing off the shield. Too much of a perfectionist for my own good. Alright, what do I need? I've got the wings here. I need the B runner and the O runner. O number 1 and 2 as well, because I'll have to close it over in a bit. There isn't really much left to build. It's more just me detailing things. Thruster pods. Okay, and one little red piece. Okay, then this is actually something that seems very irritating. is why did Bandai decide to do this? So B12 and 13, which I'm cutting off right now. Right, so it has those tiny little red pieces were on the front of the backpack. Why couldn't they make the upper wing two pieces that you then squish together? If they can do small parts like that. I know it's cheaper to do it this way. But still. But yeah, Gundam markers here today. Probably won't even need to file these much because they're both going to have the nubs facing inwards. Not visible. I've got 3 of the nubs here. Where'd the 4th one go? Did it bounce off the desk? It's in the way of my nub jar. Oh, there it is. Under the other part. Ah. This is the part I need first. I've already forgotten. Yeah, that's the upper part. This is the lower part, yes. Fine. Other side. These little bits go on to here. Yeah, if Bandai can bother to do those tiny parts, I think they could have designed the wings to be color accurate without use of a sticker. Honestly, like, let's compare sticker, Gundam marker, shield. Sticker looks brighter than the plastic, but the Gundam marker looks darker than thingy. Oh, actually, thingy which. I do need to just tidy up the edge of that slightly because there's some of the bare plastic underneath showing. Just on the edge. That is very true, and that is literally what all it is. Comes down to is the sticker is a lot easier to manufacture, because I suppose thinking about it, having the wing be that smooth, they really could have come down to just like the black part and the red part and then click together front to back. But I don't know. They have to keep the high grade at a certain price point. They sacrifice it in some areas. And you know, it's not terrible. Not the end of the world. Where's that little bit of... Was it on this wing? The other wing. I think it was the other wing. Also, I need to clean it up slightly on the edge. Stinging the edges of those a little bit. Get rid of that teeny tiny bit where it got scratched. Give that wee few minutes to dry. While it is, I can tidy up this part. See, I'm planning ahead. I'm thinking about it. Color grading stickers on high grades are fine when it's like small things, but when it's something that as big as the wing, I think it's the only time it irritates me. Like being a detail on the wing, like I've built, yeah, but the Rising Freedom, it has like the white line on the wing as a sticker. Like, you know, that's fine. It's got the main, the dark blue, and the light blue. Then it just has that detail line that separates them as a sticker. And, you know, that seems fine. Plus, that's very easy to paint as well. At least it should be. So, like, small details, totally fine. Large areas, like massive wings, that's where you're like, nope. I was seeing even on the new Blitz Duel, apparently the backpack of both the Duel and the new Assault Shroud both don't have color accurate thrusters. It was like, well, it's still far more color accurate than the original Duel, that's for sure. But odd that this, the thrusters are kind of small, so you have to sacrifice it somewhere, I guess. Do I like that? I've seen like the people in Japan who've got the kits showing off the runners, and hey, it says frame GAT. It's like, the GAT series. Obviously, it's going to use the exact same frame for the new version, the Lightning Buster as well. And then probably there'll be a revive of the original Duel Fist Assault Shroud and probably the original Buster as well. Because like, if they've got the molds, may as well just make the weapons and equipment for the other ones, and boom. Will they make them P-Bandai though? That's the other question. Since they're like updated versions. It's like the movie upgrades, standard release, but revives the originals. Nah, they'll be P-Bandai. Maybe. But it does increase the chances of maybe seeing a revive Blitz and Aegis as well. And people are thinking, oh, well, when did they do another version of the Strike? You know, because using the same frame. I don't see them doing another version of the high grade Strike anytime soon. Unless it's specifically for the Strike Rouge with the Cavalier equipment from Seed Freedom. Then maybe. That would be Bandai's one excuse to do another Strike. Yeah, I would just be happy to see like a revive of the Dual Buster, Blitz, and Aegis. Even though I've not even built the originals yet. They're in the pile. How did the conversation end up with the Strike? Well, I'm building the Strike. So came back to itself. I guess the conversation was referencing other parts that are, or I guess it was just referring to Cosmic Era high grades in general. And I kind of did a look back to myself. That's the thing, when my brain goes off on one, it just goes off. And when it goes off on one, hope you're paying attention because I have no idea what I'm talking about either. I could build the other parts while that's doing that. Let's get the other parts ready for it, I should say. Like those thrusters. Not those ones. I do need to start building my Seed Freedom kits though, because I haven't built any of them yet. And even the Mighty Strike Freedom is going to should be delivered on Monday from Gundam Med, because they just got it in on Friday. I haven't even built my normal Strike Freedom. I'm like slowly working my way through my stuff. Of course, I could maybe skip. Do I want to skip past? Because I want to build the Strike Freedom and the Infinite Justice before I build the rest of the Seed Freedom stuff. And then just go all in. Even though I like, because I've got the boxes near me, because they've been coming in over the last few months. And it's just like, oh, I really want to build, honestly, everything. I really just want to build like the suits that aren't the Gundams more than anything. So like the Gelgoog Manus, Gian Strom, and the Black Knights. Because they're different and new and shiny. Ooh, thinking of just Seed Freedom kits in general, or kits in general, I believe the 28th, so Friday. No, not Friday. Wednesday, sorry. Because 29th is Thursday when Gundam Breaker's out. So on Wednesday in Japan, Bandai have an announcement for new stuff that's coming out early next year. So everyone's expecting to see an update on the high-grade Cosmic Era Sagok, because we saw a prototype at a hobby show earlier in the year. And funnily enough, the poll for which scene of the movie should be used as, you know, the base for the box art. That poll closes today, or probably is closed now because it's Japan time. So I think the possibility of seeing the high-grade Cosmic Era Sagok, probably a release date announcement, along with seeing them in color, probably on Wednesday. Same probably for the high-grade Universal Century Psycho Gundam Mark II. That got a prototype showed off at the same convention. You know, same hobby show. So I would expect that to also probably have an update to it, and you know, release date perhaps. Actually, there's an idea for a second, right? I normally just like share the posts of the things that catch my attention the most, but should I maybe at least in the Discord set up a section? I know I've got the arts and crafts part, but what if I had an area that's like just from model making news? So I can just like info dump all the upcoming kits I hear about, or for anyone else who hears about as well. Suppose we just do that in the arts and crafts area anyway. Always the funny thing that whenever Bandai announces new stuff, or like gives updates on announcements and kits coming out. It's always like in the morning that it's being posted for me, because obviously it's, you know, Japanese in the afternoon that it gets posted. That's the inner surface of that. That will be okay then for like visibility. There's a thought of like maybe like it's a thought, but like it would not be practical to try and like repaint the other red parts with the Gundam marker to be the same exact shade, because this is a much more complicated object. Trying to color this to be exact same shade of that, it would be hard. Ooh, I actually had a realization. Pretty sure Gundam Seed Freedom's coming to Netflix September 1st. Which is literally next weekend. Good lord. Where's time gone? So I can rewatch it. I got to see it in the cinema back in March. Of course, you know, Gundam movie in UK cinema is like, yeah, very limited screenings. Still better than the Kukuru's Dewan's Island. Kukuru's Dewan's Island had literally, in my local cinemas, they had one. Just one. One screening. At least the cinemas around here, not all of them, but a few of them had one on the Saturday, one on the Sunday. So yeah, that was a bit of an improvement. All the anime doing the heavy lifting there. And as soon as all the anime like say, hey, Blu-ray's coming, I'm like, boom, pre-order. ever came to cinemas there. The fact that it ever came to cinema here at all was a surprise. I think it's because there are people like all the anime, and then there's Scotland loves anime as well. They're really pushing, you know, they've been doing so much work over the decades to kind of improve like anime in general. So never say never. Perhaps one day. You going to say never? It could be you. You could be the one that organizes it in the future. Who knows? I mean, it's not easy for like them to try and get that sort of stuff. So I'm just like looking at the thrusters here for a second, right? And just suddenly snap conversation. Like the thrusters inside these parts here, I'm just wondering, like once, also need to attach the wings first before I can do this. What if I added a little color in there? I don't know. I never did it on the games are looked down, anime seen as kids' cartoons. To be fair, that was the case here for the longest time. That's why I say never say never. Because, like, if you look back to when I was a kid, like, anime being shown in the UK was only Pokemon, Digimon, like just the dubs on TV. You had no clue that was made in Japan. You just, this is a cartoon. That was all you knew. It wasn't until obviously that, you know, things like Toonami, I suppose, started to do this slightly more, you know, aimed at teenagers. But even things like Naruto, which was supposed to be aimed at teenagers, and then the dubs kind of had the 4Kids dub and stuff. Only Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon hit here. Yeah, that's the thing is, I feel like Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z, they're the ones with the big hits. Especially Pokemon. It really varies. I think it's one of those things that takes a long time for like culture to change. Like, when I got into anime properly, it was like 2007, 2008. Already a teenager, but late teens. When like the UK had a cable TV channel called Anime Central. It only lasted for 1 year because they were very bad at business management. And basically it was, I think it was like 7 p.m. at night until like 3 in the morning they showed anime. And that's the only time the channel was working. The rest of the time it was just, you know, tele shopping or something. I remember what it was. For one, why did they have it only that late at night? The licensing fees must have been atrocious. But it had Gundam Seed, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, had Cowboy Bebop, had Bleach, had Full Metal Alchemist, a couple other ones. And like that was the first time we're like, hey, there's anime that's aimed towards, you know, the older teens. And it was like an awakening of like, hey, animation can be something more than for children. If you think about it, those selection of like Gundam, Ghost in the Shell, you know, Bebop and like Bleach and Full Metal Alchemist, they have blood. They have lots of blood in certain scenes. Hell, there's a whole thing in Seed where, what was it, the Cyclops system, when that detonates in Alaska, and you see people literally pop like balloons from the microwaves. Or even when the strike defeats the Blitz and the blade goes right through the cockpit. You get to see that blade come through the cockpit and hit the guy. Hit poor Nickel. Poor Nickel. The channel Animax, but Sony killed it because it made more sense for them to show serial and eligible kid shows. Yeah, I feel it's like it's been an uphill struggle for different countries to get anime culture. But even like look at, I'll say America, a much more bigger audience market, and like the conventions now, like Anime Expo, how massive that is now, whereas I feel like even probably 10 years ago that was probably still relatively small. It's like there's definitely a market throughout the world in many different countries. It's a matter of the right people, you know, building up that market and serving it. That's the tricky part. Is nurturing, that's the word I'm looking for. Nurturing the market. So that fans across the world can like have more easy access to the things they love. It's kind of funny, like, because even like Gunpla, for example. Now I know Gundam Mad has been around for 20 years now. I didn't know about it 20 years ago. I've only known about it for 10 of those 20 years. So like, I wasn't even Gundam Mad, I think it was Tokyo Toys had a stall at the first MCM Scotland convention. And that was the very first time I'd seen a Gunpla model in the wild. Like, physically. And that was my 1/100th no-grade Dynamis. And then it was the following year, Gundam Mad was at the convention. And then I got my real grade strike. It's kind of funny to think that. Right, let's try and clean up this a little bit. Okay, that has dried on the edge because it was only a tiny bit to put on there. I do need to kind of get this little tiny bit of red off here. It's the only overspill on that side of it. Other side, oh, there's a bit more overspill on this side though. Your first Gunpla model when a family member brought it to you was an RG but had no RG mark. Was it maybe a bootleg perhaps? Weird if it was an RG without the mark on it. I suppose there's the one thing where bootlegs are like a good thing, is like people who normally don't have a market perhaps get hold of it. It was OG. Oh, okay. But I didn't have an RG mark on it. Weird. Bandai is very much on the point of like, hey, RG's RG. Fresh, I think. Small box, like the side of a book. Oh, okay, weird. Hey, how's it going, Genova? Oh my god, you a Final Fantasy fan? Perhaps. I feel like I only know what Genova is because my sister is obsessed with Final Fantasy 7. No, Genova, not Geneva. No, that is the classic Gundam meme of like, Geneva Convention? Nah, Geneva Suggestion. The Gundam's like, how many war crimes can we fit into this show? Yes. Very few of them ever pay for their crimes. Well, once they get killed, I guess. Was this some of this red has had like a week to solidify, so it's getting harder to get it off. Is the build going? Good. We're just working on the Aile Striker Pack right now. Trying, because we've used the Gundam marker to the red and the wing rather than the sticker. I'm just kind of tidying up the edges. Also, though, I'm realizing I'm leaving fingerprints because it's not top coated around. Why is that song so loud? Okay, the end of that disconnect snap. I mean, laying it down like this is probably the best way to do it. That way I can see it filling the light and apply pressure without having to hold it. And technically that's the underside of the wing, so you're not going to notice the imperfections as much, but, you know, I am a perfectionist. I guess obsessed with it. Might hit this with a little bit of sounding stick. Like gunpla competitions where I live. I've yet to come across one. Gunpla in Scotland is limited. I know Tokyo Toys through in Glasgow. I know the manager there was intending to start a competition at one point, but it seems like that just never came to fruition. So none that I've ever come across. Gunpla, you're tough, yeah, Gunpla in Europe, tough to come by. It kind of is. It's very hit and miss depending on where you are. I think Italy's probably, like Italy and France might be the two easiest place to find Gunpla. Especially France, because France is the only part of Europe that has P Bandai. Which is unfair. Also, if it wasn't for like Gundam Mad being around for like 20 years in the UK, it would be. I mean, imagine it probably was so rare back then, 20 years ago. Yeah, I suppose it does. I mean, there's at least 2 physical stores that I can go to that have Gunpla. One way better than the other. Like Tokyo Toys in Glasgow has the best selection, and then Forbidden Planet has the second best collection, and that's not saying much because by comparison it's very limited and also more expensive. I legit was looking at Tokyo Toys like last year, not Tokyo Toys, sorry, Forbidden Planet last year. They had the Master Grade Destiny for £20 more than you could get it from Gundam Mad. Which is insane. It's really rare to find Gunplas in general. Shops here, Belgium, best bets to buy online. Yeah, like I can get stuff from like Tokyo Toys physically, but then Gundam Mad has been running as an online store for so long, and they go to conventions all over the country. It was thanks to them being at conventions like 10 years ago here in Scotland that I discovered them. And then of course you've got other new places as well, like Gunpla UK is doing pretty good as well. If you buy online, taxes will hit even higher. Yeah, it always depends where you get shit from. Because if it's an online retailer in your country, it's okay. So much, relatively. But when it's an online retailer from outside your country, that's when the headache starts. Depending on like trade agreements and stuff, and like import laws and blah 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 blah. Like literally, so there's a store called Hobby Frontline. They're based in Europe. And prior to 2020, I could buy stuff from there and not have to worry about any import fees. Unfortunately, some dipshits made a vote that now means we're no longer part of the European Union, and means if I want to buy things from Hobby Frontline, I have to make sure it doesn't go over a certain value, or else I have to pay import fees. Which hurts when trying to get P-Bandai. You had an actual Gunpla retailer, but it closed. Aw, that sucks. It closed in May. That's quite recent as well. Hey, Shin. Yeah, import fees. Depends on import officer mood. Also, they don't understand and then just put a random price. Yeah, that also depends as well. I know, like, straight up, I think the UK's, if it's £130 or more, then you have to pay the tax on your side. But if it's under that, then the tax is paid on the opposite end. But even then, I know, like, my sisters bought a bunch of figures from Japan. It was always roll the dice between you might get customs fees, you might not. It depends. But of course, some companies will say, we paid the customs fees on your behalf. Now you have to pay it back to us, plus an extra fiber. And it's like, I don't like you. UPS or whatever it was, FedEx. I can't remember. One of them. How it goes? Goes good. Cleaned up the shield, very nice. A little white bar on the top. On camera, you can hardly tell that that's Gundam marker. The imperfections are a lot more visible on person. I do like how dirty up I got on the inside. And then now we're kind of just cleaning up the wings we did last time. So I put a little bit extra on the edge because it's a little bit chipped off. I did attempt to put a second coat on the underside off stream, but I feel like it's too thick compared to the original one coat. You never bother lining the backside? Ah, but lining the backside of the shield is so satisfying. It just, yeah, I mean, it's so satisfying. Basically, just get a gray panel liner, do every single line and edge you see, and then just go back for cotton bud. Just wipe any excess off. The added bonus is, I'm not sure how well it's for the camera, because of those like larger recesses, you know, there's more in there. So when I was wiping off it, you know, it darkened the area around it because it smudged it.
Reporting for duty.
That's quite nice. Hey, Genova, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. But no, it's very satisfying. Something at the back of the shield, it's one of those things I always find satisfying to do. Especially when it's got that much detail. It is satisfying. I have realized I've missed one line on that actually. Hold up. Burn the handle. Okay, that was good. The things you notice when you're holding it in your hand. I'm trying to get this little bit excess red off of the mounting point because I didn't care too much last time. Actually, I could just sand that. It's a flat surface. Nah, it's too close to the rest of the paint. I don't want to do that. panel lining and detail painting is probably my favorite part of Gunpla. It's a little tedious. Lining the backside? Yeah, the backside of the shield. Yeah, I've been gradually getting Gunpla markers, but I've also just got actual paint as well, so I can, if I don't have the Gundam marker that's right for it, grab the paint and a brush. I definitely recommend the Vallejo mecha range, because they literally have a range of mecha colors that basically designed to be, you know, unofficial Gundam colors. I mean, they literally advertise it for being for Gunpla and Transformers. And a lot of the colors are straight up on the nose. But I suppose even in the color guide has a, this is the equivalent in Mr. Color, and it's like it's straight up. And a lot easier to get in Europe than Mr. Color. Because Vallejo is a Spanish company, I believe. Or the Portuguese, I can't remember. I know it's written Vallejo, but it's pronounced Vallejo, if you can pronounce it correctly. Apparently. Okay, that wing's tidied up. Now to tidy up this one. Deja vu. It's a great thing about toothpicks. Or cocktail sticks, however you want to call them. Very handy. I think this one went a lot cleaner, so it's a lot easier to clean up. There's a train part of Initial D. I know there's the, was it Polar Express or whatever? Where that does drift on ice. Or is it when it's where it's the like the trolley car doing it? I can't remember. I've never seen that as well. I love that anything drifting with in a dynamic way. Multi-track drifting, yes. Multi-track drifting. Deja vu. I just been at this place before. Kanzo Drifto is the multi-track drifting. Ah! I feel like I only ever see it via the meme version. Well, that was a lot easier to take that one up. Alright, wings. You go here, okay. It always feels way further back than it's supposed to be, but I forget it's because this part goes forward of the shoulders. Now I actually want to do a little bit of panel lining inside these little engine ports before I pop these on. So the temptation was to maybe put something metallic in there. Temptation. So once I pop this on, it's going to be pretty plain looking. You're not going to see much in there. Put it on loosely for a second. There's a Cyber Formula initial D spin-off only in Japan. Really? Mm. Aile Striker Gundam images. I'll also mute that tab. In case the ads pop up. Yeah, it's just all dark in there. The only time you actually see any other color inside the thruster area, and it's just the blue of it being, you know, ignited. Any detail would just be me doing it for the sake of doing it. Oh, actually, you know what I could do? Not metallic. But a little bit of gray. Like how I did the gray on the thrusters and the feet. I could do that inside the thrusters, perhaps. Maybe just on the, like, that raised ring part. Maybe. Just to add a bit of color. Or I could just panel in it. You know what? Just panel in it first. It is black, though. I'm gonna try the gray first. Because, yeah, pretty sure you're not going to see the gray panel liner against black plastic. Not really, anyway. Yeah, you can't see shit with that. Even if I do it on here, on the wing. I can see a little bit, just because it's more glossy. Hard to see. I should panel in the wings before I attach them, but eh. What's the problem with black parts? It's like the paneling just vanishes. I can officially say I cannot see any of the panel lanes on the black areas. Black on black. Remember the nib on this one's broken. You need to do the opposite with black. You can only do the kind of edge highlighting instead. Maybe some dry brushing. Even then, it's not going to show up much. Okay, this shows up a bit better because it's black on black. And it's a bit more oily. So I'm not sure how well that looks on camera. But now yeah, you can kind of see the little vent on the section here looks a little bit darker. Just a little bit. It's a little bit more noticeable, so that'll work. just slipped onto that red part and that won't come off now. Oopsie. Problem with that is the red goes on the area Gundam marked, it won't really come off this panel liner because it's not plastic. I could just go back over that with red later, I guess. A tiny bit. So I have to put a bit of red back over that because that will not come off. You know what? Do it right now. Actually, I also want to do that little bit of gray inside the thruster. That helps a bit with thrusters. Just add a bit of color in there. Okay, there you go. Just add a little bit of color in there. It'll require a little bit of cleanup, but it's fine. And grab that red to cover up my little mistakes with the panel liner. Coming out very well. Now you can see the wing is wet versus the wing is dry. Very obvious. I just ended up just putting an extra coat on there because, hey, what else am I going to do? I guess. Problem is trying to put a second coat on top of it to cover up the panel liner mark. It looks like the panel marker starts to kind of scratch the previous layer off. So that's not going to be as smooth as this side is. But the markers are better as one and done. Put this up here and that. And we'll build the other parts now. The extra thrusters as well. What do I need again? The last bits of the white. Well, yes. Get the beam sabers while I'm at it. Just realizing putting the gray inside those thrusters was a good idea because look, the secondary thrusters are gray. Mort. I didn't even think of that for the other parts. Pinged away. two bits together. There'll be a little bit of a paneling to deal with. Seamline. Seamline's not so much the problem, it's more the nub. Sure, I could glue it together, but I don't want to. Maybe I should, though. The back bit's kind of coming apart a little bit. Ooh, I sneeze. I think dust. And this goes into here. And that will plug into the bottom of that, but I'm going to let that other wing dry properly. Which does look a bit sludgy, unfortunately, because trying to get a secondary layer on top of a previous layer in the markers, I don't think they're thin enough to flow properly. Should use actual paint in the brush. If I feel like it in the future, I can just, you know, sand it off or stick it in some Dettol and strip it off. Okay, that's that little bin. One side. Beam sabers. Beam sabers, secondary thrusters. Put it all together. Of course, realizing with the backpack, I haven't looked out at Action Base yet. Unbam Seba.
Savage as hell. You got a heart like a lion.
That don't sound like synthwave. You need to sound good. Bit too heavy. Okay, you know what? I can grab my spare beam saber I have handy. Looks like this is a beam saber Hank from the RX-78. But as you tell, they use the exact same beam sabers on everything. It'll make it handy to hold this while I panel it. Beam saber. Pop that into there. Check that off one side. So beam sabers are good to go. As the bit fin, I'm gonna let that dry a little longer. I think it's not gonna dry that well, honestly. But hey, it is what it is. How's the thrusters looking actually? I'm gonna tidy up a little bit in there. Might do it right now because I just remember. No, I'll come back to it in a minute. I'll get the thruster pods done first. Then I can pop everything together. So, wait a minute. What are these for then? Part C12. These spare parts? I'm confused. Because parts on these thruster pods O, B, B, O, M, B. What are these parts for then? Clearly thrusters are similar. There's spare parts from this runner. Interesting. I think it's any other kit that has this runner. Unless there's another strike variant I'm forgetting that has these. Interesting. I don't know if this will translate very well. Let's have a look. It's not exactly in color. Can you translate the runner? See what it says on it. Ah, I see. Classic Bandai. This runner is from the Build Strike Gundam, not the Strike Gundam. Of course, because they made the Build Strike Gundam, and that gives them an excuse to then make the Strike. Ah, okay. What about this runner? Pulling it upside down, probably doesn't help. Okay, I can't translate the white. But okay, I guess so. This Sea Runner is from the Build Strike Gundam. So that's why there's 2 spare parts. There must be. Actually, curious. Build Strike Gundam. Build Strike Gundam. Of course, the Build Strike Gundam had extra thrusters, didn't it? Ooh. I see. Okay, that's kind of cool. Classic Bandai, like they do something for the Build series, and it gives them an excuse to make a revived version. Still waiting on that revived Aegis. You made the Knight, Aegis Knight, but didn't make a revived Aegis. Alright then. Thruster pods. Oh, actually, where's the... Need those as well. No, I don't need the end runner. Wait, end runner? Oh yeah, this one. Basically, everything that's left on the runners is what I need. So, just get it all. Well, I'll get the left and right first. I know which ones are which. Number 6. I'll keep both these parts here anyway, because I need them both. Number 5, that's handy. I always appreciate it when it's like, this is your left side, this is your right side. I appreciate that a lot. And all the fins I need for this is number 7, which there's... Oh yeah, because the fins don't matter, they're identical. Honestly, these fin parts reinforce the fact of why couldn't they've had that be a separate piece? Alas. And then the fins on the sides are identical as well. Cool, handy. Whoop. Cause the strike to shake there. Alright. I need this part first. I can clean them all up, doesn't really matter. Fell somewhere. A few nubs to clear up here. Into the nub jar you go. A fresh piece of sponge. Hmm. That goes into there. That'll be the pivot point for the thruster. And I need the part here. Wait, is it big fin or little fin? Big fin's bottom, obviously. Duh. Big fin first. I'm getting both anyway, but you know. Actually, looking at this, right, so that would go into there. Yeah, okay, that hides that knob, don't need to worry about it. Was striking the frame more. send this part? No, I did not. Something I'm not realizing what you need to do is what I did with the other thrusters, put the grey in here as well. Which might be easier if I pop off of these first. I mean, I did the grey on these, so I may as well do the grey on the others. Clean it up a bit. Those other grey thrusters I saw on the runner, which was did this from the first place, actually from the build strike. So doing this kind of pointless, but hey, I'm doing it anyway because I want to. With that in mind, I might as well get the other side off and do that. And another runner is done. Just when I'm paying way off. Goodness knows where they went. Nani? Is it health check time, Colonel Like a Boy? Oh, doggy. Let's sit up straight, stretch out the back. Make weird noises in the process. And get the R2 cup to hydrate. Oops, because of what? Let's give us milk.
Reporting for duty.
Morning for duty. Welcome, Dark Knight. Thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome. Hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Ah, doing good. Having a nice chill Sunday, working on the strike. Though I think I made a slight mess of that wing. Actually, how would have that for a second? Yeah, one wing looks a bit more blodgy than the other, sadly. Oh well. Started the day building the Gundam Shogun. Ooh, nice. What part are they doing? I forgot already. That's work. All we've got left to do in this is finish this backpack, and then the Aile Strike is done. But we're adding in extra details here and there, like deciding to pop some color on the thrusters, just so it's not just pure black. These ones to this side, so I remember there, that side. One about your little guy. Oh, is it one of the SD ones? SD Gundam. Oh, yeah, because like the Shogun and all that, they're the. Oh, it's like it's SD, and I can never remember the line. But it's like when they're all like, based on like ancient warriors and stuff. They look really cool for like, especially because of the size, they got a lot of detail. Super deformed, yep. It's funny how long it took me to realize that SD meant super deformed. That was funny. I was like, that makes so much sense. Name is Naba. Oh wait, how do I say? I'm always terrible with words and names. Nobunaga. Probably might mispronounce that. Shogun Nobunaga. Nobunaga. Ah, there we go. Thank you. I need to build one of those little SD ones because I think those extra details they had for them, with the Shogun stuff, I think they'd be really fun for painting. It's all easy, but hard part was the body had build him again because his body was backwards. Ah. I mean, I've once put the wrong polycap in a joint. I'm like, why is it not fitting? So it looks identical to like another one, but it was the wrong size. Didn't have to take the leg apart again. Great fun. Took 3 hours. Great experience. Yeah. Gunplay is just like so much fun to do. Weirdly, I think I've gotten slower as I've gotten more experience because I now want to do. I'm more like pernickety with it and like trying to be more going overboard with detail stuff. Another hard part was the stickers. Yes. The stickers can be a pain for some of them. I mean, this came with stickers for its wings, but I ended up doing the Gundam marker instead, which had better results in some sites than others. I have to go back and redo it later. Maybe. Let's get some toothpicks over here. Start cleaning up some of this actually. I'll use the Gundam marker and then just scrape off the excess with the spare plastic. $15. That sounds actually expensive for an SD. Actually, wait. No, maybe that's about right. Depends on like, because the Shogun like type ones in there, they'd be a little bit more expensive because of extra parts. Of course, trying to convert currencies in my head isn't always correct. Was that your first Gunpla? Oh yeah, like the high grades, especially the strike. There's always tons of those. High grade is like bread and butter when it comes to Gundams. The most common, because pretty much almost every single mobile suit that appears in the anime series will have a high grade. There's some exceptions to that. The anime shop, nice. The best kind of shops. Then hobby stores. Those things were like, maybe I should have done this detail before putting the wings on. Ooh, I just like caught that on the camera angle there. That looks real nice on the camera. Just helps break up the solid black. Your second Gundam, okay. First Gundam was the classic. Ah, yes. The good old Granddaddy Gundam. I always love that the RX-78 is just affectionately called Granddaddy. Or the Granddad Gundam. Just because he's been around for 40 plus years. The Grandpa Gundam. I built this first one. Oh, this is far from my first one. It'd be difficult to count them all. Put it this way, I started building Gunpla about 10 years ago. Though it has probably been the last 5 where I've dived head on into it. And so I'm surrounded by boxes of unbuilt kits. But I've probably built about 20, 30. Something like that. There's bound to be someone watching going, those are rookie numbers. Show off? No, it's just called, you know, time. I could actually count them. It's about 20. The bad part is the backlog is now larger than the amount I've physically built, and that's the bad part. So as you get older, you have more money to buy Gunpla, but you have less time to build them. Same for video games.
It's a trap!
Yeah, that sounds about right. Backlog shame. It's a trap. Yeah, basically you start Gunpla, that's a trap. Once you start down the path, you can never go back. Slowly, the pile of Gunpla kits grows as the obsession of little robot dudes consumes your life. Got a pile, but scared of building them all. So it's dinner. See, there's the thing. As soon as you like, the thought of like building it, like, oh no, the pile just gets bigger. The backpack of the Gundams, you like translucent plastic with both one touch. It cracks. Yeah, it depends. Some are more fragile than others. Like when I was building this, so 2 weeks ago, I was attaching the back skirt onto the center waist section, and unfortunately I snapped this back skirt off because I pushed on here, but pushed on here at the same time by accident, snapped it right off. Luckily, plastic cement exists, and you can just kind of glue it back together. That's probably the biggest thing I've ever broken. I've definitely broken tabs and stuff. Can't get more. Yeah. Oh, so you're scared to build them because you'll run out. What you do is you build them very slowly. You build them super slowly, take your time with it. Savor every kit. Like, go, hey, once a week, I'm going to work on this limb. Okay, I'm quite pleased with the way the thrusters look there. Plop some black paneling on there, and I might snap build them. Don't know what to do after that. Yeah, panel laners is great. So the panel laners, I mean, you can get other things that are like not Gundam ones, but these are great because you got obviously your main 3 liners: black, gray, and brown. They always say is if it's on white or light colors, gray. If it's on yellows, go with the brown. Sometimes on reds as well. Like on the V-fin stuff, like any yellow part, go with the brown because it looks like you're shading that color. Gray, paired on the white, good on the blues and stuff. Dark colors, you can go with black, but sometimes it can be too cartoony looking. So some people prefer to use black on all of it, just for the anime vibes, which I respect as well. But I've also used this on the black because gray on the black doesn't show up. I'm also using it in the thrusters as well because it makes it look oily. Also, the nib damage on it, so it kind of leaks everywhere anyway, so it's fine. No, that's fine. Yeah, I can obsess over panel lines and stuff. Because that's just me. I used to just like scratch build them, so literally, because the second kit I built was my Railway Strike. That's on the shelf back behind me. It's not panel lined, and the stickers are falling off slowly. Because that really shows, like if I pop this next to it, this probably look slightly better. Wouldn't have the surface detail, but you know. Yeah, why is it starting? Don't rush, take your time. Yeah. Savor it. Okay, ran there, Max. I'm painting 2 C models, but it puts me off to think about it. Yeah, I understand that. I think everything is like trial and error. Because like high grades cause are relatively cheap. I'm willing to do these little bits and bobs. But on a master grade, the only thing, well, you've seen me paint the Strike and the Rex as pilots. The master grade 1/100 scale stuff. Again, that's like trial and error. Like with my master grade unicorn, it's the first one I tried that on, and the first attempt did not go well. The first attempt is pretty terrible looking. I had to like actually dunk the pilot in Dettol, which is an antiseptic cleaner we have here. But it has an ingredient that helps dissolve acrylic paint without damaging the plastic. So you can like strip it off and just like get a toothbrush. Look at it. Buy an extra tooth. Like bought like cheap toothbrushes just to kind of scrape off paint. You know, give it a wash. Strip the paint off. Once I'm able to get a bigger desk in here and have a more dedicated model making area, I'm definitely going to do more in the way of like streams that involve like painting and then more advanced skills, kind of like, you know, share the knowledge I've gained over the years. One of my things on the list of things to do is like do a full kit hand paint. To kind of like try out techniques and share ways of doing things. Okay, now looking at the engines there, a little bit in gray there really helps that pop, doesn't it? So it just stops it being solid black. And that's all I wanted. Just a little bit of color in there. No Dettol burnt. Yeah, antiseptic stuff. But it's handy for like stripping, because it's designed to sanitize wounds. But one of the chemicals in it helps get acrylic paint off. So you can just plop it in a little jar, leave it like overnight, and then just scrub it off with a toothbrush. Then wash it with actual washing up stuff to make sure you get all the Dettol off it, because otherwise the paint will not go back on. No worries, MacBoy. You have a lovely evening. Oh, one last health check. Okie dokie. Everyone now, stretch. Check your posture. Oh, my elbow just cracked. And get your water. Remember to stay hydrated. What am I working on? The painting extra details fun, but it's the cleaning up afterwards is the pain in the butt. When you like missed your lines and stuff. As I said, not the worst thing in the world. That's what's great about Gundam markers and acrylic paints. If you're just using it on bare plastic and like you mess up the line a little bit, not an issue because you could just get a cocktail stick and like rub it off because it's not got a primer to holding on. Though I suppose even if it did have a primer, was probably painted, scraping at it with a piece of wood would probably take it off anyway. Of course, this is less damaging than plastic. Okie dokie, let's get this one side thruster actually finished, shall we? There we go, and now I'll get a little bit of the black panel liner in there. Alright, close it over. Sometimes a panel liner can be perfect for just hiding the imperfections as well. As long as you don't screw up the lights. That's decent. Now to actually finish this side. Got this thruster and then the other thruster to finish, and then we're good. Okay. Getting any power lines in this is going to be difficult. So I'm going to try it in and out. From the opposite side, Whatever the occasion for that Gundam marker, the damage nib where it leaks more, that should be it. Of course, cotton buds getting everywhere now. Right, so this is going. I have that correct way around. This way. Okay, and then the yellow parts. A tiny cleanup, which I haven't done yet. Pops on that side. Just a tiny bit of paneling inside of this as well. one thruster. So it's never to attach this part. And attach my beam sabers as well. Wait a minute. This is on slightly backwards. Say slightly, it's upside down. I mean, honestly, it's impossible to tell. These parts look identical. Well, okay, just flip this part all the way around and that'd be correct. Just the opposite side. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Thankfully, they're camera mirror image of each other, so pretty much identical. No way to tell that that was the wrong way around. It looks perfect. So this one will actually be this side now instead. Whoopsie. Alright, let's get the rest of the parts of the runner with the other thruster. Red runner, done. Leaves just these little yellow bits, and then that's everything off the runners. Oh wait, did I kind of line everything on this? No, I didn't. Okay, put it to one side. So to panel line the bins. Go one step ahead of myself there. And clean this up now. Okay, I'll get these done first. I'm confusing myself. Let's clean this up a little bit. This does sound like it'd be in a Mass Effect nightclub. Ooh, hands getting sore. Once I clean this up, clean these parts up, panel line, plop together, boom, done. I will need to look up, I think I've got one action base somewhere. I think. Unsure. No, I need to make a bulk order of action bases. You don't always need them. But back in this, I'm pretty sure the strike will fall over. But we'll test it first. If anything, I can still have it in like a crouching pose or something. Give it better stability for a bit until I can get an action base out. Fresh cocktail sticks. I got about 2 boxes of those like a year ago or more, and I'm still like halfway through the first one. So this will actually be this side now because I got it backwards. How did that one work? No, this is... Hang on. I have to take this apart after all. that one fits together fine. This one doesn't, even though it's technically backwards. Oh wait, never mind. I'm an idiot. I did that correct the whole time. It's like, why is it fast? I thought it was backwards. No, it actually is because I'm looking at the inside of that part. I thought it was the outside part, but I actually have it correct. I'm just second guessing myself because I put the back panel on wrong previously. So that is right. You only go on one way because the notch is slightly different for the upper and lower bit. Easy peasy, right? Clean up these last parts, and we're good. Well, still need to align them, but okey-dokey. this goes on to here. And there. Okay. Final landing time. What's left to do anyway? Brown for the yellow event. My headset's slowly sliding forwards. Oops. Did not go wonderfully. There we go. Just a little tip on the end here. wee bit of black around the black area, and it should be good. Now I can attach the thrusters. Kind of a shame a bit. One wing's a bit more wet looking, but I think it'll look a bit better after it dries a bit longer, maybe. But yeah, there is Aile Striker Pack. I'm gonna move some of my tools out of the way so I can get more space for posing, including this. I think these cotton buds are past it. I'm just gonna chuck these and have some fresh for the next build. Fix my headset. There we go. Doop, 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 and doop, doop. No, Luna, you can't come here now. Get a dog hitting my door. Right, pop the armor Schneiders out of the hand. Pop the striker pack on. Of course, immediately makes it back. Ooh. Could almost hold that pose. Almost. He leaned a bit forward. Wow, that is actually surprising. Oh, no, Luna. like, where's the part for putting it in the hand? For the shield. Oh yeah, the shield doesn't have an actual handle on this version. Matter of plugging it into the back of the arm. And the rifle hand, I do have to actually thingy that. Pop that out for a second. The fact that this is actually standing is shocking. No trigger finger in this one, so just a normal holding hand. Surprisingly, it can stand if you balance it right. I'm gonna tilt down the secondary thrusters. That works surprisingly well. I am actually impressed. The strike can actually stand with this backpack on. I mean, I have to lean the knees forward a bit, but maybe crunch the abs slightly. Slight ab crunch. Yeah. Turn it a little bit more. Up a tiny bit. The strike is standing. The best way to hold this. Should we be right side my door? Not quite now. Pew, 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 pew. Have I mentioned Lead Strike? This works for like if it was on a ground battle. Because technically speaking, even though it has the Aile Striker, it cannot fly in atmosphere. But the Strike Rouge's Aile Striker Pack, as we saw in Destiny, not in the original, does work in atmosphere. The flight pack was upgraded. Same with the mass production version for the 105 Dagger. Can work in atmosphere, but because it was a prototype, it was unfinished and could not fly in atmosphere. It could have limited flight, as in it could kind of jump and glide, but it didn't have enough sustained flight power to maintain it on the original strike. But I am well pleased. I'm going to take up some pictures and post it on Twitter and Discord later. So, what's next? A great question. Okay, should be aiming slightly lower. Sounds like it's raining and quite loudly out there. So next stream will be Wednesday for Star Wars Outlaws, followed by Thursday for Gundam Breaker 4, which is the one I'm looking forward to the most. And of course, then whatever stream comes after that, because that will be on Thursday, end of my week. So ideally, on the weekend next week, hopefully, start on the gun barrel strike that comes with the collector's edition of Gundam Breaker 4. So we get to build another strike in about a week's time. So that one is kind of purple. It's a gun barrel. You know, it's probably meant to be in Mula Flagas, because I'm pretty sure the gun barrel striker pack was a concept that they had for the show, to take the old Mobius Zero and turn it into a striker pack so Mula Flaga could still use the gun barrels. Not something they actually, obviously they didn't use it in the actual anime, but there is a kit of it. I guess we're going to finally get to build it, which would be sweet. As always, though, I'll, of course, any changes to the schedule and any stream alerts, I'll post on Twitter and Discord. And, of course, plug at the same time my archives over on YouTube. You want to look at some of the previous builds or any of my game stuff and shorts. As for right now, raid. Let's see who's online. Who is online? That is always the question. Let's see. Let's have we look. Makers and crafting. Or Skylark is actually doing their crossword on Sunday. Oh, good. Swing by that maybe. Let me look at who's doing what first. Gabla. See, what is everyone up to? No, let's swing by Skylarker. Because it's always fun to chill out with the weekly crossword stuff. Let's do that. Raid. Following. Word of the day is umpty. Nice. Alrighty then. As always, actually gonna swing back to the screen quickly. There we go. Also, you know what I'm forgetting? The raid message. Let's not format it that way. Good. And there we go. Cool. Then we shall head on raid. And then we'll be back next week. Well, next week isn't literally and technically still my week. Back on Wednesday, Star Wars Outlaws. Thursday, Gundam Breaker 4, which I am even more excited for that. And then the Gun Barrel Striker when we get that as well. Until then, have an awesome day. Have an awesome weekend. And I'll see you around the cosmos. Dodgestar, sign off.